Hello again everybody, and a very warm welcome back to the channel. Today we are up the tune, visiting Newcastle, a new scenery by RWProfiles. So welcome back, welcome to Newcastle Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and this is a preview prior to the release of the new Newcastle Airport scenery from RWProfiles, somewhat in partnership with Builds as well it seems, but we're going to be doing two sectors today in the iFly 737MAX8. Have to quickly get our Gregs from the petrol station here, and we'll be heading off to Copenhagen and back flying a Norwegian 737MAX8. As always, hit like, hit subscribe, and join us in the live chat. Let us know what you think down in the comments below. We're going to spend about 10 minutes or so on the ground first, having a little look around what this airport scenery has to offer. It's going to be releasing on the 30th of July via the Builds store, and then a few weeks later via the Microsoft Flight Simulator in-sim marketplace. Xbox, no time frame. For release of that. It needs to be kind of almost created again for Xbox to make sure that everything works as intended properly for it, but a very I think reasonable price, as you'll see shortly, very good price of £12.99 excluding VAT. That's British pounds sterling, so that brings you, if you're buying in the UK, a total of £15.39p approximately. Off goes Jet 2. See ya. Badger, welcome. Matey, thank you for the 80s in the chat. MPS Gaming, good afternoon to you. Joe, welcome. Very good weekend indeed. Supposed to be dog training today. The missus has gone and taken Indy on her own, just because it was we threw an impromptu birthday party for her yesterday. Don't ask me why, but we did. So part and parcel of that is, I wouldn't stream yesterday as a bit of a deal for streaming today instead somewhat. Ashley, good afternoon. LJC, welcome. Jay, Canadian Flight Simmer, good to see you. Scott, good morning. And Rob, good morning as well to you. No worries, 2 hours left, crikey. But you could always join us for the second leg, mate. We'll be heading off to Copenhagen and then back again. Yeah, so this is a version that is going to directly compete with the Orbex Newcastle Airport scenery, as Ashley has just kind of mentioned in the live chat there. That's been out for about 2 or 3 years now, but this is just a different kettle of fish again. This is almost sort of, how would I base it? It's up there. It's a very good quality scenery, as we're going to see so far. Ashley, Zato, welcome. So we've got a lot of really nice bits of detail here, even down to the little things like the interiors. It's very cleverly done, but it's one of those kind of like 2D textures. So it almost looks like from the outside look, it's three-dimensional in the glass. Very clever. Just gives it a little bit of life. Now, this is, as I said at the start, of the Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 native version. So there are apparently a couple of little bugs here and there, some quirks with the 2024 version of the scenery, but if I'm honest, I haven't yet found any, and I've been on the ground exploring for about an hour now prior to the stream starting. £5 for drop off, bargain. It's like £7 at Heathrow now, but very nice textures. How much FPS drop at the minute? It seems very good. I'm running, well, at my capped 60 frames per second in native 4K. So that's pretty decent. Hubert, welcome on board. Thanks for joining us. So what else should we go and see? Let's go and explore the forecourt a bit more, and then we'll go into the terminal, have a little look-see, past the courtesy service for park and ride. Chris, welcome. How you doing? Bosh. Now, obviously, RWProfiles is more widely known as a kind of GSX profile creator. And you can download most of their work via the Inbuilt Cine Manager anyway, mostly because of that big scandal from FlightSim.to a couple of years ago now, whereby they kind of forced a load of change on creators and effectively almost like took control of a lot of content. So some of the creators like RWProfiles pulled the plug and said, you know what, we're removing all of our stuff off FlightSim.to in that case. So they ended up being hosted on the Inbuilt Cine Manager. And they've kind of ventured into the scenery world a little bit now as well. There is somewhat of a metro station. Let's go and have a little look. Just going to punch through and just see what happens. Okay, so blank tunnel, but there it is. And it is kind of detailed on the other side as well with a walkthrough. David A, good morning. Welcome. Mikhail as well, good to see you. Now, Emirates fly the 777-300ER into this, so those of you who like the long haul routes, perhaps you like the 777 ops and you like to do some real world bits, then you can dive into a real world Emirates routing for today with this scenery when it does release. So there's a whole load of flexibility. There's obviously the BO shuttle service that goes into and out of London Heathrow quite regularly every day. EasyJet ops, Jet2 ops, Norwegian ops. There's loads and loads of different carriers. Oh, look at the light reflections off that, it's fantastic. Eddie's going to be watching us whilst flying the last 2 hours of a Seattle to Dubai Osprey Airways flight. Good man, love it. So yeah, really nice sceneries. Lufthansa KLM, there's just a little flavour there of some of the operators from the airport. This is really good, right? It's like £50, sorry, £15 including VAT if you're paying in UK money. So obviously you can convert that to wherever you live and whatever VATs or sales taxes may or may not be applied. Very nice. RWProfiles, good morning, says, so the trees, for example, just to be transparent, is a Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 bug. Mentioned, reported to Asobo, so hopefully they can fix it at some point. This. Obviously airports like Newcastle are so key for airlines like TUI. Same with Birmingham. We'll be visiting Birmingham on Saturday, so 6 days from now for Midsummer Madness. Hopefully in the new Pyreeg Birmingham airport scenery for that. And we've got some really epic routes, though I won't say much more than that, but we've got some epic routes that those of you who are channel members, you'll be able to vote on in due course once we know a little bit more. I think this is security. Let's punch through. Let's just go through a little bit. No, that's not security. He's lost already. Very cool. Rob's asking, will I be adding some Osprey Airways routes out of Newcastle? Sure, if lots of you want it, just give me a yes in the live chat, and I can judge roughly how many people might want some Newcastle routes, and we can add some. If you've got anything in particular, then let us know, and we can add them in as well into the route schedule. There's a little Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 bug. But again, some of it's unavoidable just to the nature of the new sim. Look at this. Good old footy, of course. Burger King. What do we got? So we've got about 10 minutes before we're due to push back. Here's the apron area. We'll have a look at the piers shortly, but look at this apron texture work. Really, really good. We're going to buzz over towards the tower and go and have a wee look. Chris, thanks for subscribing, mate. What do we got? We're on 8. Let's whack it up and we'll turn it back down again as we get closer. There she is. Got a nice interior in there as well by the looks of it. Sam, hello. Yes, this is £12.99 pounds sterling plus VAT. So that's an excluding VAT price, and then it effectively just depends on what currency you use wherever you are in the world. Look at this, so good. Buzz over to the fire station, have a look at the fire training ground. We won't worry about that bit over there because we're going to taxi in that direction. Unless there's something in particular. We'll have a little look in a second, a bit of a zoom in and zoom out sort of thing. Custom fire trucks. Big old Rosenbauers. I'm trying to think where I'd position the scenery from like a level of detail point of view. I was going to say Pyre Devco, but we know from what he's doing at Birmingham at the moment that there's some completely next-gen stuff going on with him. But it is up there as a very high-quality bit of scenery. I mean, look at that. Even the rust looks amazing. Go a little closer. Look at that. Very cool. Custom taxiway signs as well. We'll go over to the freight area, just over the opposite side of the airport. So those of you that are still using Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 might have some slight differences with what you will see when this does get released. The trees issue that RWProfiles was mentioning in the live chat a second ago, perhaps. But that is because it is built native to 2020. This is also, don't forget, a preview version, so some of the features that you see today might be tweaked, might be changed ever so slightly. You might notice a couple of bugs, and as always, some of those bugs might have been squashed by the time that the product releases as well. So just bear that in mind, as always, with previews wherever you watch them. They don't always naturally or necessarily represent the final product. What's that? Ooh. Sam, no mate. Not sure. Kingston University. 737 there. Very nice. Little bits of detail scattered around. I mean, even the LODs, look. Bearing in mind, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 has a big old problem with LODs. By now, things would be popping and doing all sorts of weird things in other sceneries, off over in the far end of the airport, but I can still see the radar spinning away. So he's absolutely nailed the LOD thing with this scenery, I think. Yeah, MK Studios and Pyreek in the middle of those. Yeah, I'd agree with that, actually, I think, Ashley, to be fair. I would like to see a product like this, to be fair, on a website as good as Contrail. Namely because they don't plaster a lot of random stuff on their shop. It's all very, very high quality stuff, so developers might contact Contrail and say, oh, we'd like to put this in your store, please. They'll test it, and if it's not up to the standard, the minimum standard required, which is quite high for Contrail, they will just say no. Provide feedback perhaps to say, look, if you do this, this and this, we can reconsider, but until then the answer is no, and then it's on the developer to work out effectively. Oh, there's an IAG cargo base over here. Very vast, isn't it? There's a lot of nice details across this whole airport. I was thinking about this the other day, right, because we've got Pyreek Devco's Birmingham coming soon. We've got this from RWProfiles now covering Newcastle. And actually the UK, albeit small island, is very well covered now with some really beautiful bits of scenery across the country. The Aviation Academy hangar and the Samsung FBO also have an interior. Let's go and have a look. Mine's the 911 Carrera GT5 over there, whatever it is. Snazzy. What we got on the old computer. Right. Very cool. Okay, let's go to the Aviation Academy hangar. Peter, good afternoon. I'm not sure, I haven't seen any issues with the trees yet, if I'm honest. Maybe I'm not looking at the right piece. Ooh. Where do you want me to look when I change the day to Monday, RW? Whereabouts do you want me to position the camera? Oh, that's bloody cool, that. At the hangar door, roger. Well, thankfully, Monday is tomorrow. 28th. There's another little bug there with MSFS 2024 perhaps. Nice. So the hangar doors open and close based on the day of the week. Opens on weekdays between 7 and 6 PM. Amazing. So those of you who like to fly in the week, you'll be able to see the hangar doors open. And then we put it back to Sunday. We're going to change the time to night time as we go back as well. Here we go. Ooh, look at those lights going off down the runway. We're going to be late on pushback, but it is okay. So it is what it is. Even the edge lighting, look, on the taxiways, very nice, very bright. Where's the tower? There she is. Teasers, so you can see what to expect. And even though runway lighting is correct, look, with it being red going this direction. Let's see, pushing that around. Look at that. Red lights, red lights, red lights, red lights. White lights. Let's follow the greens. Look at this apron area. There goes, I think MPS in the Osprey 737 on the right hand side. Look at this detail, folks. Very cool. There's the arrivals lounge, the baggage belts. Poke our heads in. So good. And we'll just have a little look around the forecourt areas just to see what the night lighting and everything looks like. I mean, look at the car parks off in the distance as well. That's superb. The shell garage, beautifully lit up, as it would be in real world. Big, bright yellow. The red bottom of the logo. And we'll just reveal the frontage. Crikey. So good. Very, very nice. What do you guys think? You guys are watching as we explore. Do you agree? Mind your eyes. There's the jets. Blink. Thankfully, I've done most of the pre-flights, just so you guys are aware, just so that we can begin our journey as expeditiously as possible. We've got our Greg's sausage roll. Here's the gate rooms. We've just gone down the little corridor in the office. Really good. There goes the SAS. I think that might be Mikhail. I'll have double VDGS. In the retail version, that's disabled by default if you have GSX. And in the build that I've got, I'll have the static one and the GSX one. No worries, matey. Here's the aeroplane. There's the static VDGS, but it's okay. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, beautiful bit of scenery this. So let's get our journey underway. We've done most of our pre-flight. We do need to speak to ground if they are still online. They are 12173. And we will get our clearance.
Scandinavian 613, pushing start through face north.
We've got information Romeo with a QNH of 1016. And I think my call sign's Rednose. Newcastle ground, good afternoon, Rednose 3529er, stand number 11 I believe, 737MAX8 with Romeo on board, QNH 1016, request clearance to Copenhagen please.
Rednose 3529 Newcastle ground, good morning, good afternoon, you're clear Copenhagen. After departure, fly runway heading, try and maintain 8,000 feet, walking, CO2 75.
Cleared to Copenhagen, after departure, maintain runway heading, climb flight level 80, squawk 0275, Rednose 3529er.
Rednose 3529, we back is correct, QNH Captain Newcastle is 1016.
Roger.
Scandinavian 459, Towers Go, dig a monitor, Unicom on 122 there. Mate, have a safe flight, bye-bye.
Ian, welcome, can't wait for this, is home base. I'm like that with Birmingham. You know, I grew up at near Birmingham and that was my home airport.
No worries, my pleasure, mate, take care.
Growing up, so you know, for me it's huge having that ability to have my home airport as I remember it in beautiful representation in a fantastic flight simulator. Don't forget, Midsummer Madness on VATSIM is Saturday and Sunday coming up. A massive 2-day event at Birmingham on the VATSIM network, EGBB, for flights into and out of, with loads of giveaways.
115, there's no further ATC available, you can monitor Unicorn 122.
And for that, we'll be using the new Phoenix, big Phoenix update in either the A320 or A321s, operating some services out of Birmingham on the Saturday. So join us for that. We'll be in that big Phoenix update that's almost finally here, having just literally been announced. It's a 30-minute video that you can watch tonight, perhaps over tea, something like that, with Amir explaining a whole load of really cool stuff. New sounds, a whole new walk around mode, very exciting things, including being able to actually touch the fan blades and spin the fan blades. For those of you who like to do that kind of thing. So for the first time, a genuinely proper walk around mode in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Pretty excellent, really. Okay, so push and start's ready to go. We've got clearance to go for 8. I haven't quite finalised this though, we're just getting everything ready to go. We're going to depart 25. No stars. There's no SIDS, sorry. We'll maintain runway heading, and then we'll be a right turn effectively. So that's good. We can set our score 0275. Sets, that's all good, that's all good. Check my new sky is recording. We are 10 minutes late, but that is okay. Ian, good evening, mates. Yes, or a bourbon, David. Yeah, very true. Or a gin and tonic for me. 246 8000 158, because our performance data is ready to go as well. So 67.5 tons for us today. Cruiser flight level 370. Cell temp 32, flaps 5 for takeoff with the takeoff profile 1 10% D rate, and then climb profile 2. And there's our V speeds for you folks watching. Let's get our pushback. Our ground, Rednose 3529, a stand 11, probably ready, request push start.
Rednose 3529, and that's your hold position.
Hold in position 3529. Park brakes on, and we're connected to the tug, so we shouldn't be going anywhere. That's all good, that's all set, they're all set. Probes on automatic.
Scandinavian 4613, road protection.
Scandinavian 4612,
That's collision lights on.
Delta 1 and 825.
Look at that for a view.
Taxi Delta 125, right, Della.
Yep, they fixed the landing apparently as well.
3529, give way to the outbound Scandinavian Airbus A320, passing the right player behind you, and then push and start as approved.
Give way to the Scandi behind, and then push start approved, Rednose 3529. Continue pushback. We can only go one way, facing east.
Release parking brakes, please.
He's clear, and the other side was clear. Brakes off.
All engines clear. Start at will.
Yep, the Big Phoenix update is coming out Tuesday or Wednesday this week. Okay, engine 1, ignition mode, ground. Backs are off. Let's get rid of the music. Motoring through 20. Legs. Sam, they'll be separate from each other, I think. Although they mentioned the Neo, but they didn't mention whether or not the Neo is going to be coming out with BFU. Oh, the noise. Well, welcome. Naturally, RW Profiles has set, no doubt, a pretty epic GSX profile for this as well, being one of the OGs. Engine 2, start.
Channel 7, Romeo Lima, stand 7. We have Romeo requesting departure to Mahon, please.
28 for after departure.
Sonic 7 Romeo Lima,
nice
your
quick
clear
start.
destination Menorca for your degree for after departure, squawking 1026. Newcastle QNH is 1016.
Clear to Menorca as filed, and by the Gurley 3 X-ray.
Ian, absolutely.
1026.
How is the leak repairs going, mate? Hopefully they're going progressing one way or another.
Romeo Lima, reback your press support for ready. Scandinavian 4613, there's no further agency available. It'll be with you in the Common 122 decimal. Have a safe flight at Copenhagen.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin.
Over
road.
the
So we're going to blast to Copenhagen, about an hour's flight time.
Right is clear.
We'll do a quickish turnaround and then we'll fly back to Newcastle. So should we stream for about 4-5 hours total today.
9339, send 2
Maximum.
Airbus A320 Eurowings.
And that way we get the arrival into Newcastle for part of the experience as well, if you like.
Ewings 939, you cleared Dusseldorf on
Okay,
the
that's on
Gurley 3
continuous, that's all set.
771 and the QNH for
He's, I
Newcastle.
was just about to look down, but he's showing us the ground pin. Happy days. What do we got? So that's set 5.83.
Ewings
Make sure I've got 5 set in the gates. And we're heading select mode.
Squawk 7771 and then Newcastle QNH 1016.
Auto throttle.
Okay, clear to Düsseldorf via Gately 3 X-ray departure, runway 25, squawk is 7771.
Make sure I've got those transferred across. Probes are on.
Ewings 93390, you back is clear.
Leader from the engines.
Ground, Channel 7, Romeo Lima, ready for push and start.
Channel 7 Romeo Lima, Roger, star 7, push and start approved.
Tip you off.
Start approved for Channel 7, Romeo Lima.
Ah, crikey, and that's not good. Sorry to hear that, mate. Rednose 3529, request taxi.
Rednose 2529, Roger, taxi over Mike Delta 1, runway 25, get Delta.
Delta 1, 255 Delta, Rednose 3529. Just do the control surface checks again properly. I've done the rudder pedals just prior to taxi because they're linked to the ground steering naturally. The top tip of mine. They're all good, that's all good. Auto brake RTO. Speeds set checked. Go to legs on both. 30 degrees for the max bank. Max lights are on, that's good. Rolling on idle. We basically just follow that taxiway out. Nice sweeping line. Off we go. First flight out of a decent payware Newcastle. Cost index of 50 today, so we're going to be zooming along. Hopefully we'll make a tiny little bit of time, it says. And we're tracking our flight via Elevatex, which has had a couple of updates. It sounds like they're getting ready to launch a premium version of Elevatex as well, similar to that of Volanta. So it'll be interesting to see what they come up with that. Slight difference of oil temperature on the engine, on the right engine on engine 2, so we'll just keep an eye on that. It should be rising up to about 100 anyway, because we've only just turned it on. And our taxi today takes us past the tower and past the Newcastle VOR, which we have tuned in to VOR 1. He says, now we do, 1425, there she is. Ta-da! And we got NT, the Newcastle NDB, tuned in as well. which is somewhere here, but I can't remember where. 26 knots. Just scrub it off a bit with brakes. Just going to do a quick recall of our warning system.
Rednose 35 and 29, unfortunately there's no further ATC available. You can monitor Unicom on 122 Mate. Have a safe flight to Copenhagen.
Roger, Noahs, thank you for the ATC. We'll be back in about 2 hours or so. We'll be over to Unicom now for Rednose 3529, thanks.
No worries, bye bye.
Good old MSFS there. Ever so slightly tapped the steering as I looked, and I feared I was veering off. Haven't looked at VATSIM Rally Durham. Actually, have I? Maybe not. No, I've got a Rally Durham, I think, but I can't remember who's created it. I don't think it's VATSIM. We'll see how we go. Oh, I'll have to try and work it out, have a little look at some point. All temperatures are slowly rising, pretty good. All the engines look fairly stable. Come up to 30 knots, so just letting that speed scrub back off again with a bit of braking. And for departure today, we've got a 7 knot crosswind and a 10 knot headwind, approximately. We will mirror that of the real aircraft though, so after departure, 3,500 feet, the aircraft in real life then turned right and began its journey, so we will mimic that. Oh, then yeah, definitely have got it, Sam. Didn't hear that, so I don't know if it's somebody flying in. That would be good. Had a quick check of VATSIM radar. Right. Newcastle traffic, Rednose 3529 via Delta 1, lining up runway 25 and taking off. Runway heading to flight level 80, and then we'll be turning right downwind. Newcastle traffic.
Approaching 25.
Lights, signs, good. Get rid of the logo light, we don't need it. Traffic mode on. Look at these runway textures. Because that's our airfield elevation mic above mean sea level. So if we set QFE, the QFE, which is our height at field elevation, that would be 0, but our altitude above mean sea level, which is our barometric altitude, which is what we have here, QNH 1016 for example, that is our altitude relative to the mean sea level around us, and that is 250 feet above sea level here at Newcastle. Okay, brakes off, go for 50%-ish, I've gone to 60 there. Looking good. Toga. Love the acceleration noises on this thing. Speed's alive. Power is now set. 100 knots. A little bit of left rudder here just to counter that crosswind. Rotates. 2. Positive rate, gear up. Just going to be a bit cheeky here. See if we can get a... Oh yeah. Quick. Screenshot, got it. Look at that, Newcastle folks, lovely. Very good. Okay, we go CMDA engaged, 246 for the runway heading, and we're in VNAV. Auto brake off. Going to accelerate us now. Flaps 1, runway turn off, lights off, engine starts. So ignition sequence to off. Got another 1,000 feet before we turn. Just about got the screenshot in. Flaps up. Quick check of the overhead panel. Aircraft's beginning to pressurise nicely. Newcastle traffic, Rednose 3529er is 3,500, climbing flight level 80, now turning right downwind, Newcastle, final call. It's the pea soup, look at this. Murky weather. I'm going to switch this across. 066 degrees approximately is our back course heading, so we'll set that. And then we'll keep it climbing. Seven. Standard pressure, there's a lot going on. That's the beauty of these Boeing aeroplanes. Doesn't do everything for you. 370. We're accelerating away, so let's just drop the radius of the turn. See if we can see Newcastle down below. Maybe not. There she is. Really good. I can't pick any fault with that scenery. It's really good. The optimization seems very good as well on my system, at least. It's difficult to assess that sort of thing usually, but you know, the other day I was at Heathrow in the FS Labs A321neo doing a few bits, and I was getting like 25 frames per second for some reason. I then worked out that it was also part and parcel of a very outdated GSX profile, but it is what it is. Okay, that's some real thick cloud. Now that's all off. We'll go direct Erlots. So I've got the WinWing FCU fired up today. LNAV. We are away. Got 27. Just put that screenshot into Elevatex. Eddie's asking, is the iFly 737MAX8 worth a purchase? I think so, yeah. I've not tried the Inibuilds, you know, the Asobo default Inibuilds created 737MAX8. Did Asobo create that one? Maybe they did. I get my wires crossed with them all the time, the default aeroplanes, because they're usually all very rubbish, but they're all made by various different companies. But yeah, the Asobo 737MAX8 I've never tried. Some people say it's pretty good, some people say it's awful. For me, it's nowhere near as good as, for example, the iFly 737MAX8. This works really, really very well. Those of you who are our channel members, now that the big Phoenix update has been announced and is coming on Tuesday or Wednesday, I will put together the selection 3 options of route that we're going to do on Saturday that I want you to choose in our route boats section of our server. That I actually need 2 screens because the Discord bot's not letting me do it. We got lovely jubbly. Right, in route votes for you members in Discord, you've now got an important task. Pick our Midsummer Madness route with the Phoenix, big Phoenix update. Mike says, I was once told there were no stupid questions if you want to know the answer. So with that in mind, why do aircraft still use feet to measure altitude rather than meters in this metric world? Well, if you're flying in China, then you will still use you use meters, and there is a capacity for the aeroplanes to do that. So in this one, for example, we have that meters button there, and it then tells us. But I think for years and years, it's feet have just made sense for aviation. I don't know why they've settled with feet. In the UK, I use meters, but if I'm flying, feet makes more sense to me. It's probably because you get a rounder figure. I really don't know though, to be honest with you. I'd be interested to see if anyone else knows in the chat if there's a reason for it or not. Dursey2, good afternoon, mate. Massive congratulations on your big pass. In your exam the other day for work. Good effort, mate. Very good indeed. Yeah, you get like, the separation, as Dursey2 saying, you got 1,000 feet separation, 500 feet separation, 2,000 feet separation. It's just simpler. I don't know how that would equate in meters. 500 meters. But you can see there, like 37,000 feet, for example, is 11,280 meters. We're 8,000 meters now. Is it 27,000? Is 8,250-ish. So you can see the difference in meters and maybe why feet make more sense generally speaking. Big old discontinuity there, but that is the arrival from Tesby into Copenhagen. We're expecting 22 left and the Tesby 3 Charlie arrival, so let's go ahead and put that in now. ILS 22 left, Tesby 3 Charlie, and it's going to be via a Beggy, which is that one. We'll execute that. Just have a little look at our descent page. Just pull in the winds. I should have linked those. Yes. There's another discontinuity there though. Feet are smaller than meters, so more granular. Yeah, that could well be the reason. Yeah, Beggy then vectors to final. Actually, we got two there. Beggy, a Beggy. So let me just do a Beggy, Beggy. Eating that up, so we don't have the duplication. That's what the discontinuity is there. 2 left. Lovely. That's going hello, says RWProfiles Springfield Branson is epic, so will be Newcastle. Imagine if they did DFW with a Newcastle-like level of detail. Let's have a look at my Stream Deck is, by the way, completely useless again. They've released an update to Stream Deck, which means that everybody's kit is basically bricked if you use Streamlabs. They are aware of it and apparently trying to work a fix, but it means that I have to manually go in and click open up visibility for a program that I want to show you guys. It's a bit time consuming and a bit fiddly. Right, so Tesby 3 Charlie brings us in from the west, reading over the Traino VOR and then working our descent down to be slightly northwest of the airfield, look, and then we're going to route northeasterly to a Beggy 2,000 feet below 4,000 before then turning around. And there is the vectors there, which is fine, so that's why we had that discontinuity in there really. But yeah, the vectors then begin, we'll just go to heading mode and then sequence round, eventually lining up with the ILS there. But you can see what it's done in comparison. If you look at the FMS, by removing the discontinuity, it's added in a Beggy and then routed us to XTAR straight away. At a slightly lower altitude to pick that ILS up. So XTAR at 3,000, max 220 knots. We need to put our minimums in. Decision altitude of 208 feet. What's the weather doing? Yeah, it'll be fine. Bit cloudy, but we'll hand fly the final approach. We'll just set it for a 208 on the barometric altimeter, like so. CH2LF is 6 DMEO XS, 5 DMEO XS. We need to tune that VOR in, sorry, the ILS frequency 109.5 and the inbound course of 217 as well. So we can go ahead and do all of that. VATSIM Mega, hello. Yes, it does. It's got different satellite views, terrain views, and all that kind of thing. It's very snazzy. We'll have a look at it in a second. Once I've done this little bit of prep for the arrival, because we'll be on top of descent fairly quickly. I think 7. by the time we finish chatting and doing various little things. Give a demon hello. There's a vast difference between Orbex Newcastle and RWProfiles Newcastle Dursa 2. Night and day. The RW one is vastly better. And it's releasing on the 30th of July, by many builds. So that's set. Estimated landing weight was in our performance calculations a wee moment ago when we were pre-departure. It's not there, it's in performance and payload. So we'll just put that in as a preliminary. Go for flat 40, try and vacate halfway down the runway that way on the high speed exit. 1095. Do we have any BORs? We don't. Which is fine, so we don't need to worry about those. Just reaching cruise. Yeah, I mean, you know, just to the RWProfiles one is native to 2020, but is very compatible with 2024. I personally couldn't see, although I haven't checked the 2020 version to draw massive comparisons, I couldn't see any issues that stood out as a, oh, you know what, that needs to be addressed. Everything looked pretty good from what we could see. Zata, welcome AT, joining in late but not on VATSIM for the first leg. Second leg, I'm on VATSIM. Second thought, maybe never mind, gotta load up in VATSIM. Do it, mate. Right, Elevatex. Somebody asked about that. Bear with, gotta find the other click spot. There we go. Ta-da! So, yeah, I really like this. So there's my satellite view that I've toggled for it. And our routing, which is following us, even down to the fact you've got taxi ground charts. Look, you've actually got the taxiway markings all over it, which is very good. Even the stand numbers, it's really impressive. You can see there the ground control is online, so you've got the frequencies on VATSIM as well. And then the green line's our departure. And there's that screenshot that I said I was taking a minute ago as we climbed out of RWProfiles Newcastle. Director Erlots. Joe's airborne. Let's have a little look at his screenshot there. Through the clouds in a little gap. Very nice. And MPS. Legendary in the Osprey Holidays. 737. Beautiful. There's me chasing the Scandinavian. 3 Scandinavians. MPS right up the front there. Yeah, I really like Elevatex. No ATCs from VATSIM Scandinavia. That's a shame. Maybe they'll tune in shortly. They're usually a very good group. Let's go to fix. That's too nice, mate. feel free to join us for the second leg if you wish, if you get to Edinburgh on time. What do we want? OXS. Options here. You just see it's 57 point. Sorry, 55.76. Go for the ILS, dear me. Do 8 miles. Do 4 miles. I won't worry about the extended centre line. Legs. Oh, you'll be fine, it's an Airbus Dust too. Right, what we'll do as well for the way back is we'll load using GSX, so we'll have people in the cabin, but I kind of wanted to just keep away from that for a wee minute, just to show that it's armed. So the iFly MAX8's got all of this stuff, so you boarding, deplaying, we can put it onto cruise, both zones. I suppose it changes the night lighting if you've never seen it before as well. Things like the overhead lockers open, the blinds as well, they change position. Hey, I opened all these before departure. What the chuff. Nice little custom cabin areas and stuff. I think, if I remember rightly, I can't remember if is it this one or is it Phoenix that had the tray tables that could be dropped. Yeah, here we go. Ta-da! Little random things like that. Next weekend's going to be interesting because we've got VATSIM live, so there's going to be loads of ATC across all of the UK, plus Midsummer Madness. And if you fly into and out of Midsummer Madness on the Saturday or the Sunday during the event, the more Osprey Airways we have, the better. But effectively, if you join the VATSIM UK Discord server and you make sure your Discord is linked to your VATSIM account, as part of you joining the VATSIM UK server, when you fly into or out of Birmingham during the course of the Midsummer Madness event next Saturday and Sunday, you will basically be entered into a prize draw to win a whole selection of prizes, including Pirate Devco scenery prizes, some Osprey Airways A350 crew merchandise t-shirts, and the big one as well, alongside a couple of other giveaway items. The big one is a Velocity flight sim experience. So you get a little bit of time in a flight sim, which is pretty epic. And all you've got to do is fly into or out of Birmingham. So we're going to be flying either into Birmingham or we're going to fly out and then back in again. But it's down to the channel members to decide in the club lounge. There's some pretty good, there's 3 really, really epic route choices that we're looking at. And I know which one my favourite is, as I'm sure some of you might have guessed, having had a look at it already. But I'll let you folks choose. Yeah, I mean that'd be a lovely one, Dursey too. Little retro Moloch Airlines livery as well. Chris, crikey. You need to sync your YouTube account into your Discord user account, and it should automatically give you the access. He says. Getting loads of pictures from dog training. It looks like it's going pretty well. My German Shepherd puppy's going through a phase at the minute where she's won on Monday, but she's going through like a heavily defined phase where like almost her training has kind of regressed a little bit, where she's now trying to push boundaries and see what she can get away with again, and she's destroyed a little bit of the sofa just because she wanted to be a bit naughty and thought it was really entertaining. Stuff like that. But yeah, the little land shark comes out in them. Well over the North Sea now. I was just thinking actually, I've got the Aerosoft North Sea installed, I'm sure of it. But I don't think we've seen anything down below yet, he says, as he then spots a little oil rig down below. There we go. Is that included in MSFS now by default? I can't remember. I can't remember if they put it into 2024 as a default thing, like the Twin Otter or not. Mike, welcome, matey. Yeah, good, thank you. Hope you're having a good weekend. I'm off to BMW Motorrad on Thursday. I'm going to one down in Surrey, and going to be test riding a couple of new bikes. Although I do love my Triumph Tiger 900 GT Pro, its servicing costs are unnecessarily high for Triumph. I've just had the valve clearance check service done, for example, and it's cost me almost £800 for them to take a bit of the bike apart, check the valves, which never need readjusting apparently, but they have to check them anyway every 12,000 miles because it's a money maker for the manufacturer. And then put the bike back together again, so most of it's labour costs, and then they replace the oil filters and the chain bash plate and a few other things. But even there, yeah, they're like, you know, your bike's in such good condition. But I know over the next 5 years it's going to cost me about £6,000 to £7,000 just to maintain and service. So the argument is there to almost spend that difference on a new bike now. And the brand new BMWs, if I finance one, they do a 5-year or 30,000 mile service plan for £1,500. And that is comparable to about £4,000 worth of Triumph servicing, which is crazy. Yeah, the whole thing sounds completely new, Canadian Flight Sim, doesn't it? It's going to be, it's definitely needed, it's much needed, but it's definitely very exciting. I think people are going to explode with joy when that gets released in the next couple of days. We will be flying the new Big Fenix update on Saturday. Yeah, exactly, Mike, yeah. I did, didn't I? And I'm basically spending ULEZ, yeah, just maintaining the bike. But then I suppose the money's not going into some crooked chap like Sadiq Khan, so can't complain too much. I'm having an ongoing battle with my accountant at the moment because she's miscalculated my tax return to the sum of £2,000 worth of tax, which is not a small figure to miscalculate. So I'm going through the last couple of weeks. I've been basically battling that, and I've sent them the calculations that I've done to show them the difference and proved how they're incorrect. And I'm thinking, like, oh, yeah, I've paid my accountants effectively £1,000 this year to do all of my books, my self-assessment tax return stuff, and they can't get that. They can't get what is supposedly a very simple thing for them, right? Pretty bad. It's just an unnecessary headache that I'm going through at the moment. It's just like generally the incompetence of most people seems to be going through the roof when you're dealing with service, whether it be accountancy or motorbike stuff, whatever it might be. Mike, you don't need one. I've basically have taken lots of information from my accountants over the last few years, and I'm in the view of trying to work out how to do it myself effectively. But it depends how complicated your self-assessment tax return would be. Mine is my salary, my full-time job, and then I'd have to put down my YouTube earnings and outgoings, like the expenses, plus then my business, the kind of extra bit where I rent my mum's old house out. So I've only got two things really. It's not particularly complicated, but I'm just going to do it myself from now on because it's easier. I thought in my head I'd get a newer accountant, which is more expensive to get a much better service, and I've actually got a worse service than the guy that charged me 150 quid for the year, not £1,000 for the year. But hey, it's a hard lesson to learn. Interesting. Can't seem to reset back into the flight deck. Try again. No. Okay. Okay, now it's working. Weird little stutter thing going on there. I don't know what it was doing then. My little WinWing top hat button, where I click the centre of it to reset the view, but it's like it will just stop responding for a brief moment. But I don't know if it was the sim or if it was someone else. So there's something else, but oh well, it's resolved. We're all good. I've also been sent the Wing Flex A320 RMPQ, which is releasing imminently. I'm probably not going to get round to actually getting a preview video done at any point, just because of the schedule that I've got over the next week or so. But I will try and get something done over the next, maybe over the next week, whether it be Wednesday, Friday, whatever it might be. I try and plug it all in, get the Wing Flex FCU plugged in as well, and then give those a little blast on FS 2024 with something. I'd imagine it probably won't be compatible with Big Phoenix Update unless nothing has changed in the way that the Wing Flex stuff reads the connection. Same with the WingWing FCU. A bit of an unknown really at the moment. Lazaros Kalispera. How you doing, mate? Feel like it's been a while. Hope you're well. Runway 22 left, folks, is 3,300 metres long. We're going to aim to vacate at Bravo 4, which is, I forget my stream deck doesn't work anymore, which is there, where that hot spot is. So we'll land flaps 40, probably auto brake 1, but followed by manual brakes, and then we'll aim to vacate off at Bravo 4, route up at Bravo, and then we'll get whatever stand that we would expect for Norwegian. I might just have a look at the real flight momentarily, just to see where they park roughly. What have we got? Rednose 3529. Newcastle to Copenhagen. What we got? Okay, right in that cul-de-sac. Stand 2. Literally right there. So that's probably where we're going to aim. And then we'll do a fairly quick turnaround. And then we'll get zip off down over the runway here, runway 12 and 30, cross over there towards 22 right for a departure, blasting back off towards Newcastle. And then we'll spend the rest of the weekend in Newcastle up the tomb, as they say. Jesus, Lazarus, hope you're okay, mate. What, if you don't mind me asking, what happened? And have you still kind of got injuries and things that you're dealing with for recovery, or? I need to try the Flight FX citation. I do have it in my account. What's he coloured in now? Where are we? Where are they? 1,000 below. Oh, hold on. They vanished. They crossed right over me. They're like here somewhere now. Elderly man decided to cross the road on foot, running and without looking, and sent it flying. Few broken bones and bruises. Jesus. I'm glad you're okay, predominantly. It's where having good kit is so important on a bike, even when it's hot. I mean, we've had days recently where it's been 30 odd degrees here, but I'll still be riding in full kit. Dress for the weather, not the slide, as they say. What's the damage on your bike? Is it repairable? Because I think, forgive me if I've misremembered, but you had a relatively newish bike, didn't you? I want to say like a, I was going to say an NC 750, but I can't remember. Oh nice, that'd be potentially you then there. I'm about 30 miles behind you. Some beautiful separation today. Back in a sec. Awesome. Had to go and unlock the door for when the missus gets home with the dog. On to Hornet CB750, I was close-ish. Thankfully the crash bar absorbed most of the impact, just hoping it didn't get wheels chassis twisted or something. What bones did you break? Shoulder, arm, that kind of thing? Because it's so easily done, isn't it? Yeah. Somebody just stepping out, they look for a car, they don't look for a bike. I'm very, very glad you're okay, bluntly. Even with your injuries, glad that you've been able to walk away from it regardless. That's the main thing. QNH 1010 for Copas. Kastrup. Water brake 1. Manual brakes. Water brake 2. And manual brakes. And then it's 0 elevation is the closest. 17 feet airfield elevation. It tends to, the iFly 737MAX8 tends to set that itself. We'll try and achieve a continuous descent to 3,000 feet in lieu of any air traffic control. Have a quick buzz and see if I can see anything on there. It's a really nice route to be able to do, actually. Yeah, no ATC. Which is crazy because there's 3 flight plans pre-filed, there's 3 departures waiting to go, and then there's already 1 arrival coming in now, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us. So you'd think they'd get some ATC online for a bit of busy coordination. Broken left leg and left arm, minor concussion, crikey. 2 minor road burns from the side, helmet, gloves and boots did their job, absolutely. Good stuff. Has it put you off riding? Hopefully not. I had a mate at work, had a van come over a lane on a bend, and it was either crash into the front of this van or swerve into the bush at 50 miles an hour. So he took the bush as an option. Mate of mine at work, he was like either head-on collision with a van and probably die, or have less chance of death by crashing into a hedgerow, possibly fencing at 50, and we'll just see what happens. So he took that as an option in that split second, because there was no other exit, and he ended up with like a broken back and a load of other bits. But he hasn't been put off riding. He recovered over the period of about 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 months. Can't remember precisely how long it was now, but yeah, near enough a year before he was then back in the saddle. and he bought a brand new GSX-8R. It was, yeah, the new Suzuki. It hasn't put him off. I thankfully haven't had that yet, touch wood. I've had a lot of near misses though, mainly commuting to and from work with people not looking when I'm on the motorway. The M25 particularly is shocking. Good. Good. Get back in that saddle in no time. Make sure you've got like a good physiotherapy. When I broke my leg, my ankle, it was at work in about 6 different places. It was only when I had proper, decent physiotherapy that within weeks there was improvement in my strength of my leg once it healed up. And then you'll find that you'll need to like do a little bit of strength exercising on your hips and things as well, just to kind of rebalance the strength in your hips. But definitely spend the time stretching and doing physio and following the physiotherapy exercises precisely and all that sort of stuff. Rich, hello, is it easy to go from the NG to the Max? The Max EFB has been cooked. Yeah, so this, the transition into this is effortless. It is pretty much the same, but with big back glass cockpits that do more stuff. But yeah, the rest of it's predominantly the same. I agree with you with this. I hate the iFly EFB. It's just very horrible to use. And I know they're based on, I think, the genuine Boeing EFB, but it's such a crap system in real life that I don't think any airlines use it for good reason. So I'm not a fan. I find it very clunky and very difficult to use myself, and that's somebody who uses this a lot. %, it's possible, Lazarus. Yeah, I'd like to see them redevelop that into a more user-friendly EFB. Akin to what PMDG have done, akin to what Phoenix have done, like what FS Labs have done. Something in between those three would be very nice. Most people would welcome that, I think. 40 miles, 30 miles, 30 miles to top descent. Let's go spin the wheel. Yeah, everything else is great, so you kind of do just persevere with the EFB because the iFly MAX8 is such a good aeroplane to fly anyway, as Ian says. Swings and roundabouts. I'll set 13 first, looking for some. Set 11 actually. For now. Just in case we get ATC come online. Check of our engine status, all looks good. We'll do a quick little master warning recall, pressure systems. Got to do the belts, oh well. Don't need the VORs. We can plot one on anyway, I suppose, just in case. 195, 195. Fire Blaster, hello, believes that the Newcastle scenery is something a bit special. It is very, very nice. At a good price point, very reasonable price point. We've seen some very unnecessarily expensive scenery add-ons released recently, where you kind of look at it and you think, how can you justify that price? But RWProfiles Newcastle seems like a very reasonable price given the quality of what you get. I don't think we've got any ATC online at all now. Boy. FPS is already nearly there. Where's Elevatex? There we go. There's a little screenshot as he's making his way in. Where is he? He's on. No, he's not. There he is. Oh, looks like we're in top of descent now. How was that United MAX8 in the US where everyone had to get off on the runway via the slides, all the people getting off with hand luggage? That's a common theme in the States, annoyingly. Wouldn't happen in Japan, which is, yeah, we saw that with the Japan Airlines A350 crash on the runway at Haneda, didn't we? We saw people actually follow the safety instructions for the benefit of everyone around them, rather than them keeping their £2.99 Timo jumper that they've packed in their Asda Smart Price suitcase. Which would happen in the UK for sure, certainly for flying Ryanair. Right, there's the screenshot from Zato, very nice. I do need to give that a go and have a little look and see what that's like, to be fair. I was kind of lined up to preview that a few days prior to release, and then never actually got my hands on it, which is somewhat frustrating. So the release caught us off guard a little bit, because I was almost waiting for it to preview, even if it's the day before or something. But hey ho. Don't know if you've come across this, but when in the 777 cockpit, Pyroblaster says if you zoom out so far, parts of the cockpit buttons, etc. disappear, then reappear when you zoom back in. Yeah, I have noticed that. I think it's just an issue with it in 2024. So let's change this to 290. Last time we did this, it really struggled. And we started to bob up and down a fair bit. But we'll see how it copes. Let speed brake into flight detent. Make sure you've got the latest version, Pyroblaster. That might be something that will help resolve, perhaps. I'll do pet. Okay, so minimums, VREF, QNH. 26, we'll go down to 3. Unless we get ATC we need to speak to. We've got Bodo Centre, but they don't cover us. Gothenburg, they don't cover us. We have Nür Copenhagen. We're on 1228. ILS is set, odd brake is set. Pressure panel we've checked twice, that's set. Okay, now we're in the star. Test B3 Charlie. Give it a go to 3, see what it gives us. CH653. There, out of below 130. 3,000 feet per minute. TNO 250 out of below, decel point. We'll see how it handles this transition itself, I think. Once we hit that decel point, we should get the aeroplane level off a little bit, start decelerating. It might ask me for drag again. Dirty too. No worries. Were you tracking it on New Sky? Hopefully you were. Hopefully everyone flying today is hopefully tracking on New Sky. Yeah, look at that. CH, love it. Amazing. That's alright. Doesn't matter about your score, Dirty 2, or how much profit loss it makes, as long as you enjoy the flight. That's all we're worried about. Love flying into Scandinavia. Winter will be on us in no time. We're back into those Rovaniemi ops and all that sort of stuff. That's the point. What's the weather doing tomorrow? Is it rideable? Yes. The question is, will it keep my bike clean if it rains slightly? Because I don't really want to wash it again. We've got a hose pipe ban. Can't really wash them. Handling this transition quite smoothly. Let's drop the rate of descent, so we're decelerating, but it's maintaining the rate of descent to match the VNAV profile. Very nice. Looking good. How many miles to the field? 80, so 40 miles to the field, so we'll call up shortly just to say that we're inbound on Unicom. Getting closer to that 10,000 feet point. Quick check on VATSIM radar, see if we've got any coverage. No. Traffic looks very well managed though, going in on Unicom into here, to be fair. Oh, for some reason Westerland Tower is online. Don't ask me why. It is though. Aydin in Dubai, welcome. Good evening. Good evening, good afternoon. One of them for you. It says, how's the summer been so far? We've had one of the wettest, wildest, coldest winters for a number of years here in West Australia, even expecting snow in the south of the state tonight. My goodness. For us, it's been really warm. Really, really warm, to the point I've been getting quotes for air conditioning, because we know the summers are getting warmer ever so slightly every year. They certainly feel like they're getting that way. So, yeah, I'm looking at getting air conditioning in the living room and in our master bedroom, which I almost did last year, and they were quoting me £4,000, and I put it off. I thought, crikey, that's a lot of money. And this year I've got it priced up, and it's £5,000. A whole lot of money. But, you know, houses in the UK are just not built for heat. They retain all the heat and they absorb the heat. So in the winter, they're beautiful and cosy and nice and warm. But in the summer, my goodness, they're like it's like being in a sauna. Oh, look at that breakout. Very nice. Yeah, it's been a very dry, hot summer, Ian. Yeah, highs of like, the other week it hit 37 degrees down in Kent when I was on my training course, start of July. 37 degrees, and I had 30 odd kilograms worth of kit on me as well, which I was running around in. It was just unbearable. It was so hot. And it was called a heat dome that apparently had covered the UK. $12,000, so we're passing Copenhagen 653, QNH 1010, doing the Tesby 3 Charlie onto 22 left via Abegi. Right, let's call up Castrop traffic, Rednose 3529ers inbound, currently passing Charlie Hotel 653 at flight level 120, descending on Tepsi 3 Charlie, arrival via Abegi for the ILS 22 left, will report turning final Castrop traffic. Right, that's a wicked score, Dirty 2 though. Probably better than you thought, right? Good. Okay, yeah, Unicorn 1228. So that's all done. 1095, 1095. Just going to quickly check the charts one last time. 1095. OXS should come on display at some point. In fact, it already is with an inbound course of 217 degrees. We've set that nav 1 and nav 2. X-Star at 3000. Max 220 knots. Pause the music. We'll go sterile for a bit. Still chat, but just no music. That person there might be flying in at the same time for me. It's something to be wary of. Let's see. Canadian Flight Sim. So my pitch and roll settings, certainly for these aeroplanes, are very similar to the current setup for Phoenix for me. Which typically is minus 0.8 on pitch and roll and rudder for sensitivity. I have no idea how compatible this is in MSFS 2024. It's fly Tampers Copenhagen. It's down there somewhere. There she is. It's not been updated since 2022. Fly Tampers Copenhagen, which is pretty poor. Because certainly even in 2020 a lot has changed with the way the simulator works. Let's go to vertical speed mode. Speed 230. Right, speed 240.
Main traffic November 61 Charlie Whiskey pushing back standard altitude 32.
Runway 22 left, back 8.
Just ever so slightly pop the speed brake. Oh, look at that city view, lovely. Just to spoil that lift, create a little bit more drag on the airframe because I want to maintain my rate of descent because I'm slightly ahead of the guy that's on the south side of the airfield over there. And in doing so, just hopefully means that we can stay ahead. So lights, signs, overhead panel is good. Fuel is checked, 3.6. Going to go to init ref 64.7. So we're going to just resync the figures here for different V speed. And then we'll leave that up. Missed approach for today is climb straight ahead to 500 feet or 1 DME OXS past the OXS DME, whichever is later, turn left and track 183, climb 3000, inform ATC. Okay, so max 220 knots now, so I'll set up for 210. And then we'll make use of the speed brake a bit more. Gastrup traffic, Rednose 3529er is 5 nautical miles, Beggy inbound for the ILS-22 left. Open pressure.
Gastrup traffic, Scandinavian 443 on the island, 2 left, there's 11 miles.
Flap extension limits through 250, flap 1. To help put drag on the aircraft for this increased rate of descent in the final phase. Collar around to 30.
Traffic, Charlie 951, pushing back,
Main traffic November 61 Charlie Whiskey will be passing holding short 22 right at Kilo, then on to runway 30 vacated Alpha holding Alpha 1.
.200 knots. That guy's definitely racing then. Select 2 left. It's 5 miles, heading select. Let's turn in.
Taxing to runway 2 right via Yankee iFly 7.
Good for him. Could be on the nose. Slightly above, he's in the cloud. Approach mode armed.
Copenhagen traffic, EGNT 598, passing through
Let's go flat 10. Get that nose down. Knee brakes aren't. A little power station there on final, very nice. Still looking for him. He's turning inbound towards us. Lancaster traffic. Rednose 3529 is establishing ILS 22 left 10 miles to land. Astro.
2500.
Approach. VOR lock is captured. Wide slope is armed. We'll hold 190 to try and help the person out behind. Just close that gap a bit with the person in front. Final checks. Cabin's depressurising nicely.
Copenhagen traffic scanning 9 at the 5, crossing runway 12.
Okay, glide slope. Get out. Lap 15. That's sequenced just about nicely, I think. Let's see if we can spot the person behind.
You need to hold position on us to have collision.
Whoever it is, they're not shouting up. I don't think. 6 miles. Literally no ATC here. Bizarre.
By the way, I did delete the definition. You can carry on.
Laps 40.
Coming traffic number 61 Charlie Whiskey departing to the right.
142 for final approach.
Copenhagen traffic scanning 9 at the 5, lining up and then wait. Yeah, taking off. On runway 2 right.
Traffic scanning 461, facing runway 2 left, that's about 4.
Lancaster traffic, Rednose 3529 is now short final 3 miles, ILS 22 left.
No, banking caution way 30.
1000.
Well, off my throttles. I'll just resync where that position of that is. Get rid of the flashing red light because it's very distracting. Let's focus on the landing.
Approaching 2 left.
A little bit of a crosswind.
Copenhagen traffic scanning 9 at the 5, lining up runway 2 right.
Oh, that just backed off quite quickly there. Cheeky.
400.
Very variable.
$300. Approaching minimums. 200. Minimums.
Continue.
100. 50. 40.
Go ahead.
30. 20. 10.
Touchdown. Reverse green. Bravo 5 on the right, 80 knots. And your brakes, 60 knots. Let's get rid of the reversers. Bring us speed down 30 knots to vacate. Disarm the speed brake, retract the flaps.
Copenhagen traffic scanner 925, taking off runway 22 right by Lango 2 charge.
Castro traffic, Rednose 3529 has vacated, 22 left at Bravo 4. Strobe steady to steady. Nice A350. Runway turn off lights, landing lights off, taxi lights on. Look at that. Just very short final for that person. Just about perfectly worked that out. We'll just taxi on in to Castro. There's my transponder. Oh, my brain's just gone like blah. There it is. And weather can come off. Is stand Delta 1, was it? Is that the one that said I was going to... Yeah, Delta 1, lovely. That one with Apis, no, follow me. Aviator. Clear right, strobes, clear left. Astro traffic, Rednose 3529 is crossing runway 30 at Bravo, taxiing to Delta 1. Alex, thanks for subscribing.
Scheduled traffic time 951, taking off.
Follow the same routing that they did in real life. Although I'm not sure. Is that an inbound? Hopefully it is. Turn left to get out of his way. Nice, another A350. Jan, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Okay, taxi lights off, Delta 1's up ahead. Ian, good night matey. See you on the next one. Hopefully you get your league stuff sorted out. It's a very early morning, or very late night for you in Australia at the minute. Screw that speed right off. Brakes are on. Jolly good. APU's got the power. Very good parking. No Gangnam style from the Apis though. Let's get the power off. Very snazzy. Right, what do we got here? New sky. Let's close the flight, see what we've got. Bam, 10. Nice little profit as well. Slightly late for the departure, but actually, look, we made a bit of time up. Scheduled to land at 12:55 Z, actual 12:58, so we did make a bit of time back up. Like the real pilots. We don't have to be like, we managed to have 5 minutes back up the flight. Requested boarding. Bash. Right, so now we need the return journey. The opening. Forward entry. Should do. Yep.
Passengers, the boarding started.
Shocks. Okie dokie. Just running out the data through here for sim brief and new sky, so we track our next leg. I think I forgot to turn the beacon off. Oh well. So, spin me book around, make sure I've got my next call sign ready to go. So ordinarily this, I should have said at the start of the journey today actually, this is actually a route that's done by the aircraft in this direction, so it goes Copenhagen to Newcastle and then Newcastle back to Copenhagen, but we've done it in a bit of a mishmash form today on purpose, just because of the new Newcastle scenery, so that way we get to see it twice.
Traffic, Rednose 3562, pushing back, stand Alpha 18, 14, sorry, Alpha 14.
So, to right, cruiser flight level 380. That's good, that's set. Let's get rid of those bits of broken data. Richard, thanks for subscribing. Welcome, new to the channel and simming in general. Hello from Manchester. Very well, welcome to you. Are you saying you're new to simming? How have you found getting into simming so far? Have you found it quite like a tough experience? Have you found it fairly easy, quite welcoming? What sim do you use as well, out of curiosity? 3528. 3528. Right. Who's flying back with me? No worries, Mikhail. What we got here? Too many buttons. There we go. Jesus. Right, so I need to go back here, close flight, and then initialize flight. Say to the jet, that we've changed our position. Lovely job. Route request. No worries, MPS. Let's load the route. Activate. So this is where I hate this EFB now, because I have to fiddle around with this. Right, weight and balance. What have we got here? Need to get my sim brief data up, ready to go. Total passengers 156. Cargo 1850, so we'll do 850. 1000. Then fuel 6686. Brief OK, boarding requested. So taxi out fuel is going to be a bit higher, I think, on this one. Need to try and dig it out. Fuel. Taxi just goes for 191 again. Alright, oops. Taxi out 200. Planned trip fuel 3121. So, set payload, set fuel, let's restart QATL, so we'd have to wait for them slow passengers. Come on. Rob, that's amazing. Jesus, that profit. Okay, let's get the punters on. Aviator. Okay, right, so we've done that, I'll just click those again. Don't trust it. And then in here now, just we'll work our way into the perf-init page and take the zero fuel weight and pop that in. Oops. No, we don't want to, and no, we don't. We're already on board. Res plus alternate 2.8 and cruise flight level 380. ISO deviations +8. And the average cruise wind's 216 at 17. Transition at 5, that'll do. Okay, so departures, arrivals, no, that's holds because it's 737NG wing that I've got. 22 right, Odon, 1 Charlie, execute.
Passengers boarding starting.
Okay, that's good. Just need to re-import my flight into Navigraph. So initial climb is to flight level 70.
Lancaster traffic, Renault 3562 lining up after the departing SAS 737 capture traffic.
So what have we got? Init ref. M1 limit is where we're at. There we go. Right, so copy FMC data. Takeoff 2, flap 5, air conditioning on, anti-ice off, calculate. Cool, we can use a slight better D-rate today then. D-rate of 239 for the cell temp. So that'll be reduced to 79.4, 79.3 on there, but that's fine. 148 for V2. So we'll set 158, V2 plus 10. Just make sure this is all set up in the box, ready to go. And we accept those numbers as well. So that is all of us complete. Get wind requests all the way through the routing if we want to as well. How are we doing? Is it working? Hurrah! Change that QNH to 1016. Inches of mercury triggers me.
Copenhagen traffic, citation November 608 Echo Sierra, 6000 for 3000. Expecting ILS 2 to left, we will call base traffic.
Zardo on his way in. Broom broom.
Lancaster traffic, Renault 3562 departing runway to right, VATSIM Ignite Charlie departure. Lancaster traffic.
Okay, next runway heading. It's still 217, so we can leave that set. Leave the VORs set as that as well, just because it's easier. Flight directors can come on. 38, 250. Realistically, I want that 0, but it will reset itself in a moment to a higher number. That's all still good. Left the Pro Peats on, whoops. I knew I forgot something, I always do. Refueling's done. Oh, I've got strobe steady on as well. Flashing the strobes all over the place. Party! How are you finding the salty 747 Rob these days? Because it's been out for a while now, hasn't it? But very little kind of done with it. And actually, for what I was saying about Flight Amper's Castrop not being updated since 2022, everything seems okay with it. I don't think necessarily it needs updating. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Sure, it could do with a bit of polish, but hey ho. How's boarding coming along? Oh. There's some new people. Makes a change.
traffic, touch-stop traffic, November 68 Echo Sierra, turning right base, runway 22 left, we will call turning final.
Zato, are you joining us for the way back? Got 4 minutes to push back. We'll probably be late again because baggage and people are slow. 217, 158, 217 and 7. That's all set. That's all set. Don't need that. The overhead panel looks good. It's all set. Starting nice. Should be almost done. 80 out of 156. It gives us a bit of time to spot his landing.
November 68 Echo Sierra, turning final, runway 22 left. We will call...
To be fair, there are some LOD issues. The tower over there looks pretty poor. And then the thing over there by the port, whatever that was. That looks bloody horrible, doesn't it? So yeah, maybe it does need a bit of an update, a little bit of love. Zato's in the new Flight FX Citation X, which we haven't yet checked out. Camera's ready. Still on Unicom. Some bloody awful music. Change it. Okay.
Catch-stop traffic, November 68 Echo Sierra, established on the localizer, will call fully established, ILS runway 22 left.
You're model matched as an Embraer Phenom 300 on my system, Zato, but it's as good as we get, I suppose, for now. Who with any Citation X being in model matching? You can speed up the boarding in GSX for what it's worth, by the way, folks. You can go into the QATL settings and then make people basically walk faster. So there is a way to get around the slower boarding. Where is he?
Catch-up traffic, November 68 Echo Sierra, fully established, ILS 22 left, we'll call final. Catch-up traffic.
Oh, miles out still. That's another thing that Microsoft Flight Simulator does, is after a little while, it just goes, oh, you don't need the jetty anymore. And it just removes the jetty. I don't know why it does it, but it does. It's very immersion ruining. Okay, it is pushback time. There's an MD-80 that's just loaded in over there. Pushback and departure. System page. Oh, there's some random heavy metal going into my playlists lately. Ground support.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Hello.
Catch-up traffic,
Collision on.
citation November 68 Echo Sierra, short final 22 left.
We are ready.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Where he at? Should be kind of like over here somewhere.
Locking gear.
Romeo 1, face north primary.
Release
There he is.
parking brakes.
Tiny! Zoom zoom! Thankfully, Sato's only got about 3 people to load on for the way home, so it won't take him very long at all. Oh, look at that. What a touchdown.
Captain traffic, Scandinavian 151, establish ILS, runway 22 right.
Good effort. What a touchdown that was. Held the nose wheel up nicely as well. Show off. I can't remember where we pushed to on this. I'm just going to have a quick look at the charts. Taxi charts, parking stands, Romeo 1. Okay, there we go. Gas for traffic, Rednose 3528, stand Delta 1, push start, facing north, spot Romeo 1.
Traffic citation November 60 Echo Sierra, vacated runway to the left.
Switch the old engine systems across so we can see it a bit better through 20 run. Or idle.
Captain traffic, Scandinavian 151, 5 miles high north, runway 22 right.
Engine failure. Naughty Leap 1B. Okay, right, packs off. That's open. Dual bleed. APU's got power.
Unlocking gear.
It's fine. Okay, that's pretty much back to normal. Let's go ignition mode ground. There we go, it's more promising. Here's the noise.
bypass pin removed. Left is clear, right is clear.
The base.
Copenhagen 151 on final for runway 22 right after track.
There we go. Now she's stable. Let's go back outside for a bit more noise. Jeez! Who is that? Some random A350 just flying in onto 22 right. Looks like it's going to fail again. Yeah, look. What the hell is going on?
Castle traffic, Scandinavian 151 evacuated runway 22.
It appears as though there's a bug with this when you are trying to do a turnaround. Chris says he's had big problems with engine failure with the iFly 737MAX8 to MSFS 2024. Turned out it was the switches on the Bravo throttle. Okay, let's do it again. Ground. Running. Now we're talking. Bloody thing. Right, what do we got? LNAV, DNAV. Power. Set. Anti-coals on, they're on continuous. Let's get that off. Get moving quick. 5. Water thrust systems. Brakes. Flaps. Yellow moving. Castle traffic, Rednose 3528, taxiing Sierra Yankee Delta to hold 1-2. There we go. Quarter brake RTO. Left's clear, right's clear. Go pop that on now, just because I will forget otherwise. So we're going to hold Delta, cross, and then work down to Alpha. Tactical strobes not on, that's on. They're off. 16 knots, that'll be alright for the turn. Delta's left. Castrop traffic, Rednose 3528 at Delta, crossing runway 12, Castrop. Jeepers with the skirt. There's some weird happenings going on here today.
Approaching 12.
Is that on continuous? It is now. Pardon me, spotting that. Okay, right, traffic mode on, flaps 5 and green, RDO. Let's go for quick fuel flow, reset rate, because I keep forgetting that in the 737s. Responders TARA. What on earth is going on here? So basically they're not on VATSIM chatting.
Traffic Scandinavian 151 crossing runway 1.
Oh, he is now. Some people just they blindly follow SimBrief. So even if it gives you the wrong data, they'll just follow it anyway. Lancaster traffic, Rednose 3528 is Alpha 1 lining up runway 22 right, taking off Odden 1 Charlie departure Castro. Traffic, that's good, that's done. They're all green, that's all set. Taxi lights off, runway turn off lights on. Landing lights left and right on. Strobe steady for the post lights. Logo lights not required. Lights and signs.
Approaching
Tax.
2
Check.
right.
Let's keep it rolling, keep it efficient. Yep, it is, yeah. This is the iFly 737MAX8 though, so it's payware.
On runway 2 right.
Okay, 40%. Stable, toga. Speed's alive. Power's set. $100. Rotate. V2. Positive brake. Gear up. Let's gear up. No lights.
Cats drop traffic, citation November 608, Echo Sierra, taxiing to runway 22 right via Foxtrot, Alpha, holding short, Alpha 1.
And Castro traffic, Rednose 3528 airborne through 2000, passing Rubat final call. Ups 2. And fly the turn. Keep it going. It's at 16 for now. Flaps up. A little bit of trim. Just to decelerate now, match the pitch. Oh no, VNAV CMDA engaged. That's all good, that's all set. Cabin's pressurising. They're all set as required. They're all having a great time. The clouds, standard pressure. Standby instruments, standard pressure. 38 cruise, it's wider up. Done.
Metro traffic, citation November 608 Echo Sierra, lining up runway 22 right.
So an en route time, again of just over about an hour, I think. Let's see. Where's my air time? 1 hour 20, block 1 hour 48. We could potentially make a little bit of time up there. A bit more clouds. Move that across. Change the heading mode. Set.
Cut the traffic, citation November 608 Echo Sierra, departing to right by the Odon.
Zarto's done very well to get a turnaround done. Good effort, mate. So if you get that problem with the iFly and you try and get you do a turnaround, you try and get the engines lit, it'd be worth just flicking them back to cut off and then getting the ignition start sequence from ground back to off, let the engines just settle into being dead again, then rerun it in ground and just see what happens. It seems to be the workaround for that little issue. Oh, landing lights. Set to 38, good. Close the isolation valve.
Metro traffic, citation November 608 Echo Sierra, airborne 1500 for 460. 470, correction. Final call, taxi.
Mike's tempted to get the new jet Zartos flying at the Flight FX Citation X, isn't it? I have got it. In fairness, we could have probably flown that today, but I'd already planned to fly the iFly MAX8, so I tend to set in my head what we'll be flying roughly, all the options of it, about a week in advance of me doing a stream with my schedule. So essentially, when there's something that's suddenly released with very little notice, I'll either manage to catch it in time and adjust the plans, or I just don't get a chance to. Yeah, I suppose we could have done FBO ops, the little private jets and stuff, but yeah, the reviews from what I've seen and heard from people's user experience, like Zartos for example, very, very good. There's a lot of positive comments about the product, which is nice. Is it based on, Zarto, you'll be able to explain better, is it based on like the default autopilot systems that Asobo have put into MSFS, or have they got their own custom logic attached to it all? I'm not even sure how much it was, to be honest. It is in my account to check out though, so I will try and get a video done over the coming week if I get a chance around work and everything else. We would expect the ILS 25 into Newcastle. No stars. All of the stars into Newcastle. They basically come in from the south, effectively. So we'll just be flying pretty much straight onto final. So we don't even need a transition, I don't think. I'm just gonna a little play with the legs, see what it comes up with. Yeah, there you go, straight in. To be fair, we don't even need NATEB because NATEB is pretty much over the airfield. So I might be a bit cheeky, cut that out completely, and that will help the VNAV recalculate itself. If we get ATC, I don't know, Newcastle radar or something, for example, we might just have to be a bit dynamic and change that plan somewhat, but it will be all good. Sure. NT C. Fixed rings. INWC. 37 months MPS. Thank you, mate. Appreciate all the support. Happy flying to Newcastle. Wireless DME for Newcastle is the top one, lovely job, and we'll have 246 for an extended centre line and 8 miles, and then we'll draw a back course 066 extended centre line 4 miles on the fixed rings. And then we'll just do on navgraph transition straight to final. About $22 Zato for you, that's pretty good. 20ish quid. Russ, $30. I don't know what sort of autopilot systems it has on it. I'm not even sure if it's got an auto throttle because I've not had a little look yet. It's sitting in my hangar, so to speak, waiting for me to use, but not even had a chance to load in and actually take a look yet. Averaging on a climb performance 25. A little bit more to go on climb out. That's already now reset itself for the arrival into Newcastle. Put those on. Automatic's fine, but general thesis, you turn them on anyway. I'm assuming, Mike, then it's not included in the real jet, but they put it in there as a feature that people might want to use as a quality of life feature, perhaps. I would be interested to know if it's a default autopilot logic or if it's got its own custom systems built into it. That's usually quite a big thing. Newcastle's dropped to minimal VFR conditions apparently, according to the METAR. QNH 1016. I'm just going to set on the standby instrument as well and then reset back to standard. Treble 15. Treble 15. Newcastle 352 for ADF2. And the usable landing length for runway 25 is 1,840 meters long. So quite short. We'll use all of it. It also therefore means a very short taxi in when we do get on the ground, so it'll only be a couple of minutes before we're back in exploring that new RW Newcastle. Turn the weather on, huh? Let's have a look. So the Citation X, God, that's quick. I can fly a Mach 9.2, flight level 510. Jesus, that's a really high cruising altitude as well. And the speed of Mach 9.2 with maximum cruise speed is rapid. That's faster than 777s. I'm reading the Flight FX website basically. What have we got? System simulation, flight modelling, deeply modelled pressurisation, environmental, hydraulic, electrical, fuel and ice systems, full RTO and autopilot functionality, IRS crew alert system, engine sync, FADEC, faithful to the real aircraft, bespoke HP 2000 suite, PFD, MFD, vertical situation display, FMZ, and FMS, full VNAV across climb, cruise, descent phases, and custom FADEC with optional VNAV coupled auto throttle via VAMs, winglet and non-winglet variants with accurate performance impacts, real-time EPB system for dynamic engine performance modelling, electronic flight flags included, which is VAMS 2.0, Navigraph and OpenStreetMap integration, SimBrief linked load manager, auto throttle and LCD CRT toggles, cabin state options, ground services manager for removing covers, chocks, GPU, etc. Active noise reduction. It's like headset mode, I suppose, that one. Custom sounds recorded on site in California. Lots of visual modelling. No mention of if the autopilot is custom. And it sounds like it's a Flight FX product, but it's very much in partnership with the Sobo, I think, by the looks of it. But it looks superb, so I will have to dive into that at some point. Those stats are incredible. Crew of 2, passengers 9. Maximum takeoff weight 36,100 pounds.
MPs_gaming donated 1,000 Swedish krona through Super Chat. Late happy birthday, Luke.
Hey, Mikhail, thank you, matey. My goodness, that's very generous. That's very, very helpful indeed. Appreciate it a lot. Sounds by Boris Audio Works, nice. Very kind, MPS. Thank you for the super chat, mate. Very, very, very kind. $1,000 Swedish krona. It was quite a good birthday, to be fair. Nice presents. Went to the beach a few days prior with the dog because it's her first birthday on Monday. So took her and her brother to the beach. Having a nice little day out there as well. Very nice, relaxing few days. Today's my last day off. I took basically a week off work for it, so back to work from tomorrow. The old long slog. On the website, Flight Effects, there is a link. Click here for official manuals and paint kits for the Citation X in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It takes you to a Google Drive. That's quite handy. Yeah. Yes. I'm sure it will. Minimums for the way in, 439 for decision altitude. We want to be establishing at 2,000 feet. The glide slope will begin at 5 miles to touchdowns. It's quite a short approach, but coming in over the coast. If we're flying in from a different direction, we might have to. We may, unless we had ATC on guiding us. Otherwise, we might have to do these, which are the teardrop kind of entries into the ILS. And if I go on to procedures or the charts, you can see here the stars. So we're coming in from like all the way over here somewhere. Just scribble on the charts there. So that's why, for that reason, like the Pole Hill arrival, the Rimtow arrivals, and the ETSES RNAV transitions and things, they're not applicable to these routes. And then when you look at the ILS, there's a Cat 2 or 3 ILS as well, and RMPs and things, but we'll look at the NDB ILS DME runway 25 just for a basic ILS for today. And we're pretty much coming in from this direction, so we'll just pick up straight to CF25 and then shoot the ILS on the way in. So 246 could be a course that we set now. 246. Yeah, it's about that MPS gaming. Very, very generous of you, matey. Hugely appreciated. Where's that Newcastle VOR as well? It's on the SIDS. Yeah, 1425. Which we've already got in the box anyway. 115, got to finish that one. That's 14. Ooh, interesting. It's getting a bit bucky, that one. 352, make sure they're actually on. And then we'll look for VOR1 and ADF2. Whopper at the crosswind, 28 knots. We got 79, let's get a Mach 80. I'm surprised Alto hasn't overtaken yet. He's catching up. There he is. Oh, look at that, sod's law, isn't it? Tower's just come online. Ooh. Looks like we're on Unicom into Newcastle as well. Yeah, landing on 2.5, we'll basically vacate right at the end. If we can, we'll come off this slightly higher speed exit at Bravo, and then we'll just taxi back to stand 11, which is where we started from. Just taxi into that, park up, offload, jobs are good. Un. There's our route, a bit more of an overview. Yes, yeah. To be fair, I wouldn't recommend down south unless you're going to end up somewhere nice like Oxfordshire or something like that. But certainly not London, that's for sure. Night Shadow, welcome matey. Cheers from across the pond. He says, are you using Winwing's autopilot panel? No, I haven't got the 737 one, mate, to be honest. I've got the Airbus one, but I don't have the Moby flight profiles for it. But I've got the Winwing PFP3N, which is based on the 737NG series FMS, so the buttons are in a slightly different position on the MAX8. But yeah, I'm using that Winwing FMS today, bolted onto my desk. Chris has just got the MCDU from Winwing, it's fantastic, nice. I find their updates to their products have been a little bit slow, because I remember when I got sent all of this previously and they said that we'll have cross-compatibility for like the PFP3N for example. We'll have cross-compatibility with all the Boeing aircraft in due course, and now it's like 6, 7, 8 months since its release. I can't remember when it was released actually. Go around say 6 months approximately, and we still don't have that smooth cross functionality. A lot of people are requiring Moby flight profiles and things like that, but I haven't fiddled into that too much, to be honest. I find it a bit daunting. Certainly because when I start to do stuff like that and tweak profiles and create custom things, beyond custom views, the basic stuff, I tend to break them. So top descent is about 200 miles away. We've already pulled the data into here for the descents. We might need to tweak the QNH, but in reality, we shouldn't really need to. Shouldn't need to worry about that too much. We'll go for order brake 2 again. That's off. They're pre-tuned, ready to go. The ADFs are ready to go. 246 for the inbound course is ready to go. Minimums 1016 for the QNH. Minimums 208. We need to change that to 439. .439. And then we can look at the performance calculator inside the EFB. On ground support. It's in. Hey, which one is it? Back again. Performance payload. I hate this EFB, it's so clunky. Show landing, show dispatch. Flaps 40. Air conditioning on. Anti-ice off. Order brake 2. Condition dry. We've got, it's gone back to VFR now, happy days, 17 degrees. UNH 015. The new METAR. Winds 280 at 13. Bit of a crosswind. Condition dry. Out. Does that match my sim brief profile? Let's have a quick look. So that's 64,146 for the estimated landing weight. It's a little higher, but that's fine. 64.2 we'll call it. That's 40,136. Jolly good. Pressure panel set to 250 automatically for us. That's a long flight. That aeroplane that's on TCASA by Petter. He's in an A350-900. He's flying Munich to San Francisco on VATSIM. Many hours ahead of him. What's that, like a 16-hour flight? Something, or maybe not 16 hours, sort of 14-hour flight. Well, that's a lot of people. Are they still playing MPS? Because they're not sure enjoying retirement. You managed to get the tickets then, MPS? fixed rings. We're well ahead of it. Happy days. Just settle in for a little bit. So as a reminder, Midsummer Madness is Saturday 2nd of August from 10 AM UK time, with 900 Zulu to 1700 Zulu, which is 6 PM UK time, and then again Sunday 3rd of August from 0900 Z to 1500 Z. £45 store credit for any bills. There's a mystery prize, prizes from FS2 Crew, prizes from Pyric Devco, and then there's a big 30-minute fixed base Boeing 737 simulator ride as a main prize from Velocity Flight Training, which is pretty epic. And they've partnered with loads of virtual airlines, including Osprey Airways as well. It's going to be fully staffed over the period of that time throughout both days of the event, which is pretty mega. And it also coincides with VATSIM Live over the weekend, which sounds like throughout the entirety of the UK there is going to be full ATC online. We're going to use, as I said at the start on the way out, but you may have missed it if you've only just tuned in, we're going to be using the Big Phoenix update finally when we do fly for Saturday in the event. And it looks like we're going to be doing the Monarch Airlines hop from Corfu to Birmingham. I'm pretty sure in the video they showed a whole load of new liveries, including Monarch Airlines A321 livery, rather than just the A320 livery. So hopefully we'll be using the A321 CEO for that. Flying Monarch Airlines Corfu to Birmingham, flying into the event. That looks to be what we'll be doing. Let's have a quick look actually, see if I can spot that in that video again, because naturally that'll impact the votes. Where's M for Monarch? F. About 1 million Frontier liveries. Lufthansa. Oh, they've gone too far, brilliant. We'll go back 10 seconds now. Good old YouTube. 150 plus liveries. And they've added 50 more. Lufthansa. Okay, here we go. Right, what have we got? Monarch. Monarch Airlines A320. Oh, is that all there is? Oh, so my Travel A321. We could always do like air tours or something like that. We'll see. Basically, pick the route and then I'll find the most suitable livery associated with it for that route. But it might be that we fly the Monarch A320 CEO instead. Check out Big Phoenix update. The A321 for me stands out more because the landing performance of that has always been pretty rubbish, I thought. So I want to see how they've improved it. See if it floats halfway down the runway again. I'm only hearing positive things as well, Pyroblaster, so it sounds like it's pretty good. Zato's in it at the minute, flying along behind us, for example, and he's got very good things to say about it, so it must be pretty decent. I have got it, I just haven't had the chance to get round to taking a look yet. They added it to my account as it got released. So we just haven't got round to it yet. James, it does, doesn't it? Rob's just got out of Copenhagen on his way to Newcastle. Cargo full of Lego nuts. Did it do that earlier, Badger, as well? The Nightbot. This is check weather website's down apparently. It wasn't earlier, it was on and off, so. Yes, the check weather API seems to be down. I've just gone in to have a little look. Looks like we are all the way on Unicom. So as a reminder, if you missed the start, when we get into Newcastle, RWProfiles, mainly known for GSX profiles to be fair, they have made another scenery somewhere else, although I've not ever heard of it until somebody else mentioned it in the chat. But they've now created, releasing on the 30th of July via Inibills, Newcastle International Airport, Echo Golf November Tango. It's going to be £12.99, and that's British pounds sterling. To convert that to a currency of choice, excluding VAT. So if you're in the UK and you're buying it, it will cost about £15.40. £15.40. It's native for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, but very compatible with 2024, with a few little issues, like little bugs here and there, with 2024 compatibility. It's going to release on the marketplace a few weeks after. But for those of you on Xbox, there is no time frame, unfortunately, in relation to when that is going to be on Xbox, just because of it being an entirely different ecosystem, realistically. But the link for the RWProfiles website, which shows a bit more about Newcastle, is in the description. So if you, when we get down on the ground and you think, my goodness, this looks really good, you can click on it, have a little look, and monitor that website for release. But yeah, it'll be available via Inibills first on the 30th of July. Just over 80 miles to top of descent now. So we're going to work for a continuous descent all the way down to our final approach fix, really. At 2,000 feet. Very high level cloud coming in here as well, around the North Sea. So I'll do a couple of little warning checks and a recall. That's good. Make sure the pressure panel is all set, ready to go. We know everything else is done because we've cross-checked everything. Yeah, BevM straight to final approach. And we've got those fixed rings in as well for the ILS. Brake 2. Treble 1.5. Treble 1.5 for the ILS. That's on. That's set. Is that descent correct as well? 2,000. Well, we want it at 2,000, but FF 2,000 should be fine. That's fine, Dimmy, for the glide slope, so it should work out pretty nicely. We will see. We'll see if we get continuous descent all the way to final approach, and like literally to the glide slope perhaps. Might be tight with deceleration though. We'll find out. Yeah, apparently the landing behaviour is significantly better at PS Gaming, so they have said in the Big Phoenix update coming up Tuesday, Wednesday, that that is solved effectively. So we'll see what happens. I mean, the whole walk-around feature is groundbreaking, really. No one's gone to that level of effort or that level of immersion before with a properly immersive-looking walk-around, rather than it be like an arcadey type thing. To the point where you can click the fan blades, press the spinner to slow the spinner down, and then click the fan blades to kind of rotate the fan blades around manually. That's pretty cool. But it does show you how capable Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is in the right hands, with the right creativity and the right developers that have got the ability to do this stuff. It does show you what the sim is actually capable of. But we'll see and assess when the Big Phoenix update does arrive. Little turn, Surat, 70 miles to top descent. There's the METAR from Badger in the chat there. So what have we got? Winds 280 at 13, variable between 240 degrees and 310 degrees. All the nines, few cloud 2,400 feet, temperature 17, dew point 11, QNH 1015. I'm going to change that. Update it in our VNav. We've got time, so we might as well. Here's me clicking, and I've got the WinWing thing right next to me again. Keep forgetting to use it. We'll leave it at flight level 70 for the transition. Just easier to deal with. Well, that's the thing that's holding my full excitement back a little bit, Birdman. The big Block 2 update was supposedly fixing that, wasn't it? The tweaks and things, and then there was another patch that was done, the A321 and all the others, that supposedly fixed the landing behaviour, and it was amended quite a bit, but it's still so far off. It's so bad. But they've deprecated the SDS feature as well. That's one of the things they've done with the Big Phoenix update that's coming up. So the SDS feature that was in the EFB is now gone, the new one, and they want you to make sure that all of your curves now are recommended to be linear. It's just a nice straight line, rather than it be the big curves that we've had before. So with those tweaks in mind, it does sound like they've made significant changes. So yeah, I'm excited. It's going to be good. Might reignite my enjoyment of Airbus flying again a bit more. Let's be optimistic and let's spin the wheel down to 2. We can go to VNav. Target speed VNav MCP. So there we want to change that to, let's go for 295. Max 795. Just dropping that speed down because we've got a high cost index of 50. Just dropping that speed down in the descent profile a tiny little bit. And I'll probably start the descent a little early just so that the VNav enters it a bit smoother, because the MAX8 from iFly does have a tendency to just almost like whack the stick forwards and force the descent. So what we'll do is we'll click descent now, we've maybe got 10 miles to go, and just hope that it enters a smoother transition. Yeah, I mean, if you've got FS Labs, Birdman, jump in the A321 with Phoenix, fly a short flight, I don't know, Heathrow Manchester for example, and then jump into the FS Labs A321 CEO, and then do the same flight again, and compare the two. The difference is pretty huge, to be honest. I think anyway. Good. We've all waited for a long time for this. There was also some other news, I think yesterday, from Just Flight. They're revamping the RJ cabin interior. So there's a big update to the Just Flight RJ Professional coming soon by the sounds of it, with a whole reworked interior cabin environment, which sounds quite cool. I suppose that'll be all the stuff they've learned from the Fokker 70 and Fokker 100 work that they've been doing, which actually, thinking about it, shouldn't be too far away either, hopefully. 18 miles to top descents. Very well. Good progress. See how she does this. I'll use the Winwing PFP3N. It was a mouthful. Set on the countdown. Let's go. Much smoother. 127 nautical miles though it says. To CF26. Almost seems like we've started descent a little early, but we do need to decelerate and things as well. Go back to VNAV PAF FMC speed. Make sure that's set to 1015 as well. Zato's got another screenshot of his Citation X on Elevate X. Just about to pick up that VNAV profile now. There we go. So a much smoother entry into descent there. It's the banana. To say, are you passing us? But I'll have to look all the way up here. In fact, yes. There you are. It's a tiny little aeroplane over there. I was thinking about loading you in, but you're so high up. It's lost the profile again. I'm going to keep an eye on that because that's wacky, look. This carries on, I might go to vertical speed mode. I'm not sure MPS. See, Rob's airborne. Different routing going into via Rimpto though, on the south. In fact, if it was the ones from before MPS on the way out, I did spot some of them. We showed some off on the way out. When you were in descent, in fact, you were turning final, and we had a little look in the stream at your screenshots. Has that stabilised itself now? I think it has. Looks a bit better now. Starting to depressurise slowly as well. That looks pretty thick. Let's get people strapped in. See him. Very dirty windscreen though. Fortunately not Pyroblaster, you have to use the GSX QATL stuff to kind of get into it all. Darren, afternoon mate, how are you? Hope you're good. This looks like we're a bit more on track now. Zanto's got another screenshot of his Citation X there. Oops. It does look cool. And the performance and the whopping high cruise altitude is pretty epic. Got two aircraft equidistant to each other flying into Newcastle at the same time in front of us. Pyroblast, no, not really. They just sit in the GSX editor and they kind of just crack on and edit away. Once you get around the quirks, it is alright to use. It's just not very intuitive. Going to want more drag in a second as it stabilises. Ah, we're good. Cool. Directing towards final approach fix then. And then we'll have another look at RWProfiles Newcastle releasing on the 30th for an arrival into the airport after our departure. What's it doing? Often getting itself a wee bit confused. Tats +3 should be good for icing. Slight fuel imbalance. That's because we had the AP running off at Copenhagen on the ground the entire time, burning fuel out of that left tank as we sat on the ground doing stuff. 15,000, it's closing in. So we get nearer to 10, we'll do a call on Unicom as would be usual for our inbound shout into Newcastle. Everything else is prepped and ready to go. Missed approach is climb straight ahead to 2,500 feet or 4 DME INWC, whichever is later. Then turn right to the lock centre at 2,500 or as directed. And then effectively would join the hold over the Newcastle NDB. Or fly that figure of 8 teardrop re-entry for another ILS, depending on what's going on around us. Yeah, they're on good. Two, 246, ILSs are both active now. The NDBs are sat in the background. ADF 2352 is tracking. That should say NT when it picks it up later, but we're way too far out for that. And the VMR should tick up shortly as well, show us tracking Newcastle. Right to 12 to start the deceleration. and then to the pea soup for a bit. Alrighty, here we go. So I'm going to actually ask for speed intervention now, just so we can manage this a bit more to our own taste. Tartan, always, mate, have a good one. Rate 2. There's a question for you all. Darren's asking in the chat there, his last 2 flights in Microsoft Flight Simulator have crashed to desktop. It appears that the sound pauses for a couple of seconds. He's thinking it could be his C Drive M2 starting to fail. Any ideas? Have you got like FSU IPC installed? And if so, is it up to date? Little things like that. I'm not personally sure how you'd tell if the C drive's starting to fail. But I'd be interested to hear people's thoughts as well. Crew 10, landing lights, wrong turn off lights. That's all good. TATS +8. Let's put the icing on anyway, because that is really thick. Dark cloud. Newcastle traffic, Rednose 3528 inbound, surf the ILS, runway 25. Currently 30 track miles from the approach over the North Sea. Will report approaching the final approach phase. That's traffic. So 12 knot headwind, 8 knot crosswind. ILS 25 right. We configured to prep for there's a little VFR flight going on. Very nice. Now it's going absolutely crazy. So the VFR traffic, if we start to get close and we start to get compressed with one another, technically in the UK the VFR traffic has to give way to us, so they need to then begin orbiting and all that sort of stuff as well around to allow us to get in, and then they sequence in after us. That's typically what should happen. Whether they do or not, I don't know, although they sound very, very competent, whoever that is. There's a few of them. Just having a look on VATSIM radar at the moment. We got here, time. There's 4 aircraft. Golf Charlie Kilo, Golf India Yankee, Golf November Oscar, and Golf Mike Delta. They're all flying in together. Final destination is Carlisle. Some are going to Cranwell. A little flight 4 little things. We are closing in on them pretty quick though. This is going to be interesting. What have we got? Cessna 172, Cessna 172, Cessna 172. So I've got 4 Cessna 172s flying VFR in front of me. Just try and pick a different name, even if it means you spell, I don't know, if you're trying to set a username of Daniel Brett, for example, put 2 L's in, or 2 D's, like the Daniel Brett, or something like that, or put 3 T's for Brett, see if that takes it. Newcastle traffic, Rednose 3528 Boeing 737MAX8 QNH 1015 now, 5,500 feet, 20 track miles to touchdown from the east. Will report establishing on the ILS for runway 25 to land. Newcastle. There's one on the TCAS. Jeepers. They're basically all just flying in anyway, I think. What a beautiful route though, they're going from Finland. I'm not going to see these Cessnas until the last second.
Takeoff traffic Golf November Oscar. We are now on a 5-mile final for the touch and go from a 25, and then departure to the northwest en route to Carlisle. Newcastle.
Newcastle traffic Golf Bravo Golf India Yankee. We're just behind Golf November Oscar into visual runway 25. Afterwards we are going to be routing west, going towards Carlisle.
Guys, what's your DME to final approach? You've got IFR traffic coming in behind pretty quick.
Golf November Oscar, we're 5 miles, 25.
Roger, I'm 13 DME. I'm starting to reduce to final approach speed. In the real world, they should be giving way round about now. Because we're going to be on them pretty quick. Are you guys able to orbit to the left, those of you that are not on short final?
Yeah, Newcastle traffic Golf Mike Delta, we're going to be flying over here to the left-hand side and continuing
2,500.
Roger, and Rednose 3528 now established, 10 DME to land, 25.
Golf November Oscar, short final, runway 25.
Depot 1326, 4 miles north of Newcastle.
Jeez.
Retrying approach, but eventually turn right 93 on the right downwind at Charlie Foxtrot.
We'll work it out for us here.
Heading at 185 knots.
Newcastle traffic Golf Bravo Golf India Yankee around 3 miles from touchdown runway 25. For landing Boeing 737 MAX, I'll let you know once I'm vacated.
Roger, thank you. I'm reducing 3160 now, 7 miles.
Roger. Newcastle traffic Golf Mike Delta, we're going to remain left of the airfield, and we have the heavy iFly traffic inside of line.
Golf November Oscar, touch and go complete departing to the northwest and heading to Edger on route.
Minimum approach speed.
This is busy.
Just now.
Crikey. Water break 2, 115, what, treble 15, that's all set. Lights, signs, ignition mode's continuous, anti-ice is all off, cabin's depressurising nicely. I'm looking for the Cessna, I've got no idea, I've got a BA aircraft there somewhere very close. Final approach speed 141, flaps 40 gear down and 3 green. Flaps 40 green. 141. LNAV's armed, locks active, glide slopes now alive, on descent.
Open the Yankee short final 25.
And Rednose 3528, final approach speed 4 DME on the glides, runway 25. My final approach speed is 140 knots though.
Traffic Golf Mike Delta, approximately 2 knots.
Look at that, there's him, there's that chap. There's the BA, he's done a missed approach. I get a feeling he's had a bit of an issue as well, perhaps with the Cessnas. I've got them around.
Airborne now, runway 25 is clear.
Cheers guys, nice route by the way. Okay, coming up to 1,000 feet. High throttles.
1,000.
High controls. Newcastle traffic Rednose 3528 is now final approach 2 miles to land, runway 25 Newcastle. That just about worked. We had a lot of work to do there.
1326.
Speed brakes now armed.
Traffic,
I forgot that.
right downwards the ILS 251 Charlie Fox.
RWProfiles Newcastle folks, releasing 30th July again. Second little visit here today. Superb rendition of an airfield this. Short runway. Coming in a tiny bit low.
Approaching minimums.
Well, I'm trying for the numbers in the touchdown zone.
200 minimums.
Disregard.
Glide slow.
Push and inhibit.
100.
Looking ahead.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Touchdown. Reverse green. Speed brakes failed. $60 knots. It's another failure today on the iFly. Crikey. Racking them up. Okay, APU start. $20 knots, vacating, Bravo. Newcastle traffic Rednose 3528 vacating Bravo, taxiing to stand 11 on the apron. It is stand 11, good. There's me second guessing myself. Right. Slow down, flaps up, speed brake disarmed, even though that's now failed. Main apron terminal stance.
Taxi to holding point runway 25 from the general aviation hangars, and we are a type Piper Comanche. Newcastle.
Landing lights, runway turn off, taxi, strobe steady to strobe, APU still starting.
Traffic, speedboat 1326, passing Charlie Fox.
That dual bleed for the master warning.
At about 140 knots. Inbound VILS 25 approach.
APU's got the power. Traffic mode off, weather mode off, light directors off, transponder off. Look at this, such a cracking airport. Put those off as well, and reset that. So if you missed the kind of full walk around of this airport, you can go back and take a little look at the start of today's journey. It's a really stunning rendition of a regional airport in the UK. Very, very, very good indeed. Taxi lights off.
The speedboat inbound to Newcastle, how far out are you?
Oops, the MSFS brake bug's got us.
Speedboat 1326, we're approximately 5 miles out.
Copy, people were at standby and short.
Affirmative.
Well, to Newcastle. We won't get VDGS here because I've got a preview version of the file. Gee, I think we've got. What's going on with that? No. Yeah, we've got a preview version of the files, so there's an element in the retail version that would be the release package, if you like. That will be slightly different with the VDGS systems. You'll be able to configure using GSX or not, effectively. Stop. Parking brakes on. So we turn that off. That's all good, that's all set. APU's got the power, park bit to the left. Hey ho. Got interior. Collision lights can come off. Where's my tablet? It's back here now. Go back. System. Sim. Ground support. Chocks. Set. Press deboarding. Did I put the anti-collision lights off? Yes. Really good. There we are. Let's close our flight on New Sky. See what we've got for the final score. $10. Beautiful. Happy days. Nice little profit there. 15,210 again. Made good progress on the way back. Flight 10 minutes late, arrived 10 minutes earlier. So the GSX profile is included in this. I'm not really sure what to expect from it, so we will see. We'll watch them walk off.
Newcastle, traffic number 122
there you go.
lining up runway 25, Newcastle.
So the forgot to see at the start there, that door is now opened, which is pretty amazing.
Newcastle traffic.
We've got like a little safety tape there. Pretty good. So yeah, we'll follow some of these in, just see what happens. Part of the walkthrough of the scenery, I suppose.
Newcastle, traffic number 120 was taking off runway 25, Newcastle. Departure to the south, number 120.
So this should be pretty immersive because RWProfiles excels at making some fantastic GSX profiles. There they all come.
Sleeper 1326, Newcastle traffic, taxiing via Bravo to stand 3.
What do you reckon? Are they going to make it all the way to the baggage hall? It's great to see that arrival door open, because if we look at these ones, for example, where is it? That one there, it's closed. And they're closed. This is opened for the arrival. Duck. Okay, they disappear there. Fair enough, but we can walk all the way through. Arrivals, baggage reclaim, passport control.
Newcastle traffic number 122 Romeo Pop, airborne runway 25, turning southbound now for
Where I'm going.
Newcastle traffic number 122 Romeo Pop.
Aha. Supposed to go through that door. Oh, that's departures. Look at this. Back in here. We can go down one into the baggage hall for everyone to collect their bags. Pretty epic. Really, really, really impressive bit of scenery this from RWProfiles. There it is, from a wider pan. Even the LODs are bang on. Releasing 30th of July for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 and 2024. Hope you've enjoyed the stream today. Massive thank you, of course, to MPS Gaming as well. Big generous super chat for you there, mate, in the stream today. Thank you very much appreciated. Aspid, no worries at all. It's nice to hear some GA aircraft. It's just a bit of it's always a bit of a stress to see what happens. Hope I didn't bugger your plans up too much either. Hit like, hit subscribe. If you're watching this after the live stream, don't forget to share your thoughts down in the comments section below. Big thank you to everybody, wherever you are, for tuning in around the world, all our bronze, silver, gold frequent flyers. Don't forget, next Saturday we're flying the big Phoenix update into Birmingham Airport. Echo Golf Bravo Bravo for the big Midsummer Madness events. Happens once a year, and that's next weekend, so don't miss that. Tune in or fly along, or both, for the duration. But in the meantime, as always, thank you very much for watching. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, and I will see you next time. Take care.